Good evening, everybody. As you get settled in, not too late. If you are filling out the blue form, please just bring it to someone on the dais, and we will make sure we get your public comment accounted for. It is Tuesday, March 5th. It is 6:03. At this time, I would like to call our special meeting to order. We will start with Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, if you will proceed with a roll call, please.
Mayor Mahoney,
Present.
Councilmember Robinson. Present. Vice Mayor Dancy,
Present.
Councilmember Gunn,
Present.
Councilmember Wood,
Present.
Councilmember Hunt,
Present.
Councilmember Forgrave.
Thank you very much. Looking for a motion and support for the adoption of the agenda.
I support it. So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, agenda is adopted. Brings us down to item number 5, presentations and proclamations. Item A, presentations from organizations responding to requests for proposals for services at T.A. Wilson School. And we are right on time at 6:05. Community Center Concept Plan Interfaith Shelter, Welcome Home Organization, My Place, and Altering Outcomes.
Victoria Jefferson, the director of the Welcome Home Organization, and I'm just here to speak on behalf of the Welcome Home.
Sorry, microphone.
Yes, sir. Hi, I'm Victoria Jimerson. I'm the director of the Welcome Home Organization here in Jackson. I am speaking on behalf of Altering Outcomes, the Welcome Home Organization, the Interfaith Shelter, and My Place. We came together as a collaborative to put this plan together, just as an opportunity for T.A. Wilson. The Welcome Home Organization, I'd just like to focus on what each organization would focus on in the T.A. Wilson School. The Welcome Home Organization would focus on childcare, 24 hours. We currently house a 24/7 childcare center within our current location at 1203 First Street called the Gems of Jackson that we coordinate with. And so we would like to expand access to childcare. What that will do when we're talking sustainability of this building, which I think is what the city really wants, is that it can be self-sustainable. We would be DHS serviced, military and DOD personnel with childcare aware. And then we would go to cash pay. So our priorities are families who are currently getting DHS subsidy, veteran and DOD civilian families that are in need of childcare, and then direct pay. When we're talking about My Place, they would like to expand their current bakery that they have. And if anyone's not aware what My Place does, they work with foster care children that are aging out of foster care between the ages of 16 to 21. They currently have a girls' home, and they are in the process of opening a boys' home. The My Bakery is what helps get those youth into employment and job opportunities and learning life skills. So they would look at this space as office space, community space, and possible offerings of life skills training. And then also a potential for transitional housing. So once the foster care youth graduate out of My Place, that they could have like that interim piece to be able to learn how to be self-sustainable. So they would get financial training. How do they, pay rent, get a job, career skills, life skills. For the interfaith shelter, their purpose of the space would be to free up beds in their current facility to house families with children, which they would utilize the annex for as well, which would kind of mitigate the issue that we're facing now and that we have homelessness in T.A. Wilson right now for a warming shelter. So that would help free up beds at the interfaith shelter to do emergency placements by relocating those families in transition as well. For altering outcomes, they actually currently do employment, and they are looking to expand into transitional housing to help those folks that may be homeless but are employed. They provide jobs and transportation to jobs. As we go through, so the community center services that we would provide, of course, are child care, a family shelter, teen support center, increased emergency shelter capacity, transitional housing, employment opportunities and employment center, and then training and services. For us, the next steps would be if you decided to grant the Community Center Collaborative, the T.A. Wilson School, is to ensure that we do a city code evaluation, mechanical inspection, structural inspection, zoning and code assessment, especially for the pallet homes, fire safety assessment, environmental health assessment, and then for the child care center, we would need to have Laura come in for child care regulations and updates, as well as specific child care fire safety and environmental health. We put forth a timeline. It just lays out when we would do the inspection and evaluation phase, the closing on the property, design and architectural updates, annex opening, and then construction, any kind of resource allocation and training, and then it would become open to the public. We've laid that out by quarter in your presentation. Our proposal would be to purchase the building for $75,000, which is negotiable based on any kind of pending updates that would need to be completed to the building. We just don't want to purchase a building that may need $2 million in plumbing or electrical upgrades, which is a possibility. So we would launch the new family shelter there. We would also increase the interfaith emergency shelter capacity, launch Young Adult Resource Center in the My Bakery, launch the 24-hour child care center. And we've already been through the licensing once. Jims of Jackson has. So we're very familiar. We have a child care licensing expert and representative that we currently work with. We did our preliminary zoning meeting with the city to get that approval currently in our building. So we're kind of used to the process for that. And then we would launch employment center and transitional housing. The last sheet that we have is just how we would lay out T.A. Wilson to what areas, what would be dedicated as the 24-hour child care, family shelter, transitional housing, et cetera. We didn't want to make this too long. We want to make sure that, we thank you guys for listening to us this evening. We also want to make sure that we communicate that no matter who you give the building to or let purchase, that we're 100% on board and supportive of that. We hope that whoever gets the building, that we will be able to collaborate moving forward. I heard a lady last night in Lansing that got part of the community center grant. And what she said was, we are not in competition. We are here to meet the gaps of the community. So us as a collaborative, 100% are behind whoever gets this building. And we want to make sure that we collaborate with them to ensure what's best for Jackson. We are a community as a whole, and we do not feel that we're in competition with any other nonprofit organization here. That's not what builds communities. Communities build communities. So, and I'm just gonna tell you a little something that my dad has told me. He told me that the only people that are gonna save this world are small business and nonprofits, because big business doesn't care. So that's what we're here to do. Pending any questions, that's all I have.
Council, what questions do you guys have?
So, who's the lead agency, or who will be the fiscal agent for this collaborative?
Well, it's the four of us together. I'm sure that you guys all saw that we did receive a community center grant of $2 million collaboratively that we worked on together. So we would look at coming in and also reaching out to other nonprofits to come in and be housed within TA Wilson as well. So I would probably say the Interfaith Shelter, because they've been around 50 years. They have a model that works, you know, and adjustments can be made to anything. So, you know, but who doesn't have any problem being the lead either?
Okay.
Okay? I'm here to answer questions if you got some,
Hold on, wait a minute.
especially your
I
questions.
know you think you do. Hold on time. So, thank you for that presentation. So,
Yeah.
you was talking about the upgrades and things that you have to look for if you are picked for this. So, I guess I'm asking, what are you looking from the city? If what I guess kind of work you looking? Are you looking for any financial support from the city?
So to be honest with you, no, we're not. I think that the basis would be just a negotiation of the cost, as it would, you know, be for us to upgrade any kind of plumbing, electrical, or anything like that. So we are not personally, as for nonprofits, looking for funding from the city. I think that the goal of the city, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that you want organizations to come in and be self-sustainable to take care of the building, right? So we are offering that, especially with the 24-hour childcare and receiving DHS subsidy, childcare aware subsidies for veterans and DOD employees. We would rent the space to other nonprofits for office space, businesses. So we feel that, you know, the model that we can come forth with is one that is going to be self-sustainable for TA Wilson. I mean, there's only so much the city can do with funding that you have. So I don't think that we expect anything from you except the negotiated price of what the building is going to cost. Any other questions? I can tell you a lot of stuff you probably don't have questions about.
You mentioned Laura coming in. Has there been any workup discussion with Laura?
100%. I've already, if you guys don't know, I own Jimson Jackson Child Care and Education Center, the first 24-hour child care center here in Jackson, licensed and zoned. And so I've already spoken to our licensing agent about TA Wilson School and what would be needed. So we have kind of laid the groundwork in that discussion for how we move forward with it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
We also have a consultant, fire safety consultant, that we've already reached out to as well to come in and look at the property to ensure that it meets any lower requirements for fire safety.
So, what's the capacity, what's the capacity for Interfaith Shelter? What's going to be increased? How many more beds will you
So the
have? I know there's other,
Stay over there.
40 to 50 additional
40 to
beds.
50 additional beds?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, on that question, looking here, is the idea there that that would be the family units that are referred to in this, or is that separate? Because this says, this is this document that we got.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So it says here, like, with currently unoccupied property currently owned by the Interfaith Shelter, be able to construct a shelter that's occupied solely by family units. So is the 40 or 50 new beds that you would get, or that, obviously,
That are
not who,
open.
but yeah, so would that be what was talked about here, or is that with the acquisition of TA Wilson?
So we got the $2 million awarded to us. So either way, Interfaith Shelter is going to expand.
Right.
Whether it's into TA Wilson or whether it's on their own property.
Gotcha.
So regardless, that capacity is gonna grow regardless of whether you allow us to have, purchase T.A. Wilson or not, because that's the goal for the community center grant that we received.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it is a question of whether those 40 or 50 new beds are at TA Wilson and the money goes into that, or whether it would be developed on the other.
Correct.
What's the plan for that property that Interfaith already owns?
So I would
if
have
this
to
doesn't work
go
out?
to Interfaith for
Yeah,
that.
of course,
That was
fair
a part
enough.
of the community center grant.
Yep.
And they may not want to discuss that in this forum.
enough.
So I'm gonna let them address that.
Thank you.
You just keep asking questions. I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
So for my place, it looks like the use of the space is for the bakery. Is there potential for housing for the young men that Alex, is that gonna include that too, or no?
They actually already have purchased and working on a house for
On
the
a
young
house for
men.
that, okay.
That's correct. And so then this would
So
be an
then it would just be
expansion
the-
of working and employment for both those young women and young men.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Any other questions?
Council, any other questions? Going once. Going twice. Last call.
All right.
Thank you very
Again,
much.
Thank you for letting us speak, and good luck to the other organizations as well.
Right. Residents in action?
Hello. Hiya.
Hey.
How are you tonight? All right, let's jump right in. Next slide. All right, so, my work? Oh. Yep, just keep going till you get to the next slide. All right, so the first slide, when we get to it, discusses the objectives for tonight. And we submitted a fairly comprehensive proposal that outlined who RIA is and highlighted many of our successes so far. But today, really, I want to focus on how we are uniquely different from professional systems. And I'll also provide a summary of RIA's vision for the space and how it was derived, as well as discuss the historical, current, future, and community impact, highlighting RIA core members. Go ahead, one more. So who is Residents in Action? As a quick description, we are people who live in this community who are sick of surviving. We want to better our family, friends, and loved ones' lives. We want to thrive, and we are taking actionable steps to place Jackson on a better trajectory. And we're arming ourselves with the skills needed to do so. We have a wide range of assets, from street knowledge to lived experience to master's level credentials and specialized training. We are and I guess best of all, we're working together collaboratively and collectively as residents to lead our own change. Next slide. This is just a picture of, just to give you a visual of what our founding members look like. Just want to use this as an opportunity to lift them up because they are fearless leaders making a difference in this community. Next slide, please. So what do AREA members do? The most important part of it all is that we lead with love, compassion, empathy, and equity in mind. We're also implementing solutions that are not just a Band-Aid or to simply treat solutions. Our interest is primarily to address the root causes and underlying issues so that we can truly solve and resolve issues. We support each other, we work together as one collective unit with established shared goals, and we leverage our skill sets to progress Jackson because we know that we're stronger together. Next slide, please. This is a visual depiction of how we got started in March 2020, and it exemplifies why we are unique. When the executive order was in full effect and professional systems doors were closed and or access limited, that also meant that the typical touch points were not available to vulnerable populations. It was residents who filled those gaps. We literally risked our lives under unknown circumstances and served as informants to keep the professional systems abreast of emerging needs and issues. We made a difference, we saved lives, we improved outcomes. Looking back, we now realize that those processes and the experience served as a catalyst for resident-led work. And because of those lessons learned from our projects, we have reframed our mindsets and our actions to require that we lead our own change. And because of that, we are producing better results, creating collaborative relationships, bridging the gaps with professional systems, and highlighting when there's gaps and breakdowns. And we're implementing solutions that are long-standing, positive, and will be the result of sustainable change. Next slide, please. This gives you an idea of the strategic areas of focus that REIA has prioritized. And over the years, REIA has clarified, further defined, and finalized this list. What it shows is as it relates to community impact is that all of these areas we consistently have worked on prior to COVID, during COVID, and to this day. And homelessness interconnects with all of it, each and every one. We are willing to pursue opportunities for transitional housing to add to this list. And we're not going to sit up here and act like we're experts because we're not. This is a learning journey for us. But we know that we're capable and we have the ability with the supports of each other and the community as a whole, because we need the city, we need the professional systems, and we're here to work with everybody to progress Jackson. Just yesterday, Residents in Action had, we hosted folks from Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids, the Kalamazoo Continuum of Care, AVA Youth Center. We also had Hope by Navigation. They are breaking ground for tiny homes next month. So when they came, they were asking us questions like, one, they gave the city kudos, like, the city is very you're progressive in comparison to what our city is. So what are you doing what did you do to get them to work on homelessness? So as they heard our story and we heard what they're already actively doing, we built we're already starting to bridge collaborations in other cities. And since they're already actively working in the housing field for emergency shelters and transitional housing and tiny homes, we can learn together. Next slide, please. How was this proposal derived? This is a transformational dream, y'all. So back in March, or well, actually it wasn't March of 2020. It was the beginning of 2021, after we finished the coronavirus task force project. we were, we did so well. We were very successful with helping mitigate the spread and save lives. We applied for a $20 million grant with Kellogg. And I will tell you, that was probably the best thing that we could have did, because it set the foundation. It allowed us to ask ourselves, what would the ideal state for Jackson be, for our community, for our loved ones, for our friends and families? And not only did we ask ourselves that, we went out and we asked our friends and families and people in the community, what does it look like? And from that process, a lot of the ideas that are in this proposal today were initiated from us submitting that grant, and it's morphed and adapted and grew over the last 3 years. And this was before our group did capacity learning on process improvement and data collection and analysis and human-centered design conceptual models. We have grown together to build our skill sets to do this work. So again, the responses through that process were rich and meaningful, and of a special note, to note our personal growth, there's 6 Black women who lead RIA. And every one of us have, we've started 3 LLCs in the last 3 years. We've started 2 nonprofits in the last 2 years. So the personal growth is going to expand out, because this is what we want for our community. Next slide, please. All right, so the proposal, we have short, intermediate term, and long term. We want to keep the emergency shelter in the annex and expand into the school building for transitional housing. Again, this will be a learning and growing process for us. And we're gonna need to dedicate some time to solidify a plan, working with the city and working with consultants and experts to do the assessments and to outline that. It'll be a phased approach, and we will, some things will be rolled out sooner than later. So that's short and intermediate term. Next slide, please. Ultimately our dream is to secure a community space that will authentically allow us as residents to own a space and work that space on our own terms. Partial to Girls, if you haven't heard about Partial to Girls, you should have heard about Partial to Girls, because she's helping hundreds and hundreds of people every month with basic needs and baby formula items. She could potentially locate into the school for her storage and her distribution place. If you haven't heard of Family Lifestyle Solutions, focuses on young women and empowering them to graduate and to pursue college and develop life skills. We have Meeting of Diverse Minds, which is focusing on professional development in the areas of DEI and anti-racism. We have Transcending Minds Consulting, which also does DEI work. It also works with the Human Services Coordinating Alliance, which is a collaborative of all of the local nonprofits in Jackson. Who am I missing? Help me out, y'all. Who did I miss? Oh, wait, Family Lifestyle Solutions. I said, oh, well, wait, this is a huge one. If y'all haven't heard of Young People of Purpose, come on now. We're talking about gardens and Black food sovereignty coming together, having power and control of your food from ground to plate, and all of the processes in between. We're talking about addressing underlying issues and root causes, not band-aiding issues anymore. And we need the space. We need the space so that we can continue the resident-led work. Diane has written a book, and all of her programming is aligned with that book. She's bringing intergenerational, working on intergenerationality with bringing the youth and the older people together to work in the garden and learn life skills. This is what we need. I can't stress how much we need to stop band-aiding issues, and we have to address the root causes. And the only way that we can most effectively and efficiently do it is for people to lead their own change. My grandma said, you can give a man a fish and feed him for a day, or you can teach him how to fish and feed him for a lifetime. That's what I'm talking about. Next slide, please. Our offer, REA will continue to do what we're doing to pour positivity into our community. Monetarily, we put a price tag of $150,000 on paper, but honestly, I don't want to pay anything. I would like to, we're not here for a profit. We're not doing this for a profit. We are doing this to build generations to come and to build a solid foundation for generations, okay? So we would like that money to go towards the renovations that we need to get this building together how we would like. I know that there's contracts now to do street sweeps. Maybe instead of paying $150,000, we I don't know, do a bill back or expense back or whatever to show you how we're making a difference in the community. Maybe it's doing street sweeps. Maybe it's doing community assessments. I know that the MLK quarter spent a lot of money for an outside agency to come in and collect information. We're trusted resources. People here in Jackson know where the events are. People in Jackson will talk to people in Jackson. So maybe it's by way of a community assessment to gather information for projects like that. We're not into this, or again, for profit. We simply want to progress the community and invest in the people. Next slide. Sustainability. We can get grants, y'all. We've secured over $2 million in the last 4 years. We will continue to actively pursue grant opportunities and ramp up fundraising efforts. I would hope, and I'm going to sit around here, regardless of who gets this, if your intentions are pure and you really want to help this population, regardless of who gets that building, you should be willing to help. Okay? That applies to people individually, professionally, whatever. We actively already contract with different professionals for different services, navigation services, community assessments, our lived experience expertise. We're constantly thinking of creative ideas on how to leverage this space and create other revenue streams. And we were recently, we didn't get $2 million, but we got $500,000, and that's going to go a long way. Next slide, please. Next slide. While you're up there clapping, girl, go to the next slide. Okay, community impact. I don't know how much time I got, but I wanted to give you a visual of what we do boots on the ground. So this video was actually, is already up on Google. Can you toggle over to Google? This video was actually created for our work, specifically for Ward 1, but it'll just give you a visual of what we do. We've not only worked on homelessness, we've worked on all kinds, food insecurity, poverty, all kinds of basic needs, all of that. So this is it gives you a visual.
Residents in Action is a network of passionate residents in Jackson, Michigan, who serve as community influencers to strategically lead progressive change that is focused on equity, actionable learning, and authentic engagement.
Welcome to Civics 101. In a city where young...
Residents in Action is a network of passionate residents in Jackson, Michigan, who serve as community influencers to strategically lead progressive change that is focused on equity, actionable learning, and authentic engagement.
Welcome to Civics 101. In a city where young kids are likely to die by a gun, people of color undercounted affects federal funds. To our community that's locked in poverty.
Change agents who want our youth to feel valued and our families to prosper. The south side of the city, also known as Ward 1, has the highest concentration of poverty and is racially segregated with a predominantly black community. A forgotten segment of the community, Ward 1 has been deprived of physical resources necessary to thrive for over 30 years. There's no grocery store, no bank or credit union, no pharmacy, no medical or dental clinic, no schools affiliated with the Jackson Public School System, and there are very limited businesses. The time is now to turn things around, to create hope and to provide Jackson's Ward 1 access to critical resources. REIA is uniquely positioned to serve as the catalyst in the community to secure the buy-in from other residents and also bridge the gaps with organizations and agencies.
All right.
TurboTax makes all your moves count, whether you bought a house or started an award-winning
Council,
TV
what
show.
questions do we have?
That's right.
So I do have some questions, Tasha, real quickly. So Residents in Action will be the fiscal agent? Okay. So I'm wondering how much time you're going to commit to this project?
How much time I'm gonna commit?
Yeah.
I'm in it to win it. You know, I quite often get that question because, how do I say this? We historically, you know, people work 8 to 5, right? But when you're in the position that I have been as a black woman struggling, I've always had to go above and beyond to do whatever. So I don't work in the 8-hour. So all I can say in answer to that question is I'm going to work until the job is done. And that applies to my whole team.
Tasha, the video you just showed, you linked that to Ward 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, I guess, can you just elaborate on that a little bit? And
So a lot of the work that we've done has been specific to Ward 1. And so leading into this, like I said, that slideshow was specific to our Ward 1 efforts, but I wanted to share it as a visual of what we do, how we work boots on the ground, and that applies to any of the populations that we serve.
because you do reach out into the other wards.
Oh, absolutely.
As
We-
well.
Jackson-
I know you're
Yeah.
partially in Ward 5 as well. So,
We
but you
service
just,
Jackson County. I mean, we
Okay,
have some
there-
people who come from
yeah.
Hillsdale and Albion. Yeah.
Any other questions?
I guess I can thank you for the presentation. I guess my same question to you, are you going to be seeking or asking the city for any help financially with this project?
Okay, so I'm gonna keep it real with you. You know, for years I came and stood right at this podium and tried to drill that CDBG funding as something that should go back to the people. I'm not gonna change, so I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I'm not gonna come back with asks. I mean, we did get the $500,000 grant. We did we have also been successful writing other grants. The Michigan Health Endowment Fund has been tremendous to us, and we're exploring other financing and funding opportunities. We will launch a community campaign. We will ask individuals. I mean, all of y'all are residents too, right? So yes, I'm not going to sit up here and lie and say that I'm not going to come back to the city and ask for support.
Any last questions?
Thank you, Tasha, for the presentation. You said it was going to be a phased project. Can you elaborate on that just a little bit, please?
I'll know more when we plan more. But I mean, there are definitely some things that we can, I mean, once we get access to the building and we go through the process of making sure it's safe and doing all of the evaluative assessments, we'll be able to, like, for instance, Partial to Girls may be able to move right in, or YPOP may be able to start with the classrooms right away. Our primary goal will be to secure the funding for the emergency shelter as it functions now, before, you know, we launch off on the transitional housing plan. But yeah, it'll definitely be a phased approach, and I'll know more when we plan more. I'll be blowing Jonathan's phone up and asking city staff to help with that, whatever you guys do when you go in and you do your assessments. And we have like Toby Berry with Community Action Agency, and Bob, Bob Powell, he's the president of Residents in Action, Lord help me, the board. They've been through the process of building or renovating, so we'll start with them as consultants to help us and guide us along the way. And we have collaborative relationships with other nonprofits and businesses that have been through similar processes like this. So I'll be asking all of you guys for help. This is a learning and growing process, and residents are building the capacity.
Is part of your plan to continue the pallet housing?
Mm-hmm. That was part of the plan. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I did have one more question. Tasha, can you tell me, how are you defining our community?
Our community, if you live here, if you work here, if you have any interest in here, if you own a business here, I mean, yeah.
I do have one additional question. Tasha, do you plan to have any 24-hour services that will be available to the community?
We have always been 24 hours. You call us at 4 a.m. saying you need something, we're there. And that's why we're uniquely different from professional systems.
Anything that would exclude, are there any extenuating circumstances that would exclude someone from receiving help from your organization?
Nope, that's why a lot of people are there. I mean, well, let me take this back. So, like, if you're threatening, if you're violent or threatening, we're women. So, yeah, there are people that's in the shelter now that are not there. One of them is the guy that was on the news in Kalamazoo that got shot by a police officer because he pulled a weapon from the police officer, shot her in the leg. He was in our shelter. So, by the grace of God and our insight, we have been able to de-escalate issues like that. But for the most part, we work from a love and compassionate and equity lens. And so people mess up. Humans are humans. We're not going to just shut that door unless, I mean, like if it's grave danger to us, of course. Am I done?
I think so. I was just waiting to see if anybody was going to jump with any last minute questions. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Second chance for all.
You don't need it? Well, they need it.
I'm TJ. I'm Tracy Joe, but everybody calls me TJ. I'm having a hard time right now to go through this right now because our nonprofit had to realize that we're not financially or prepared to take on that building, which is really hard because we did a bunch of stuff to want to do it. But in saying that, I've been boots on the ground. You guys know that for 6 years. I know these homeless. I don't want to not be a part of that. I want to pose that I could still do the annex building and the pallets. And saying that, the gap in Jackson is like a lot. I'm not going to give a percentage because don't get me lying and then get me quoted. But a lot of our homeless are mentally ill, and they are self-medicating themselves. I can get them into rehab all day long, but when they get out of rehab, they have no place to go. A lot of them have been in rehab a bunch of times, so their family's like, what's rehab? They've already done that a bunch of times. Well, if we can do this, we could make it transitional dorms and be able to take the people before they go to rehab, because I'm really involved with the engagement center. I've been doing these pallets this whole time, and every day I get calls from the engagement center, and that's a place where people go before rehab. Well, their beds get full a lot. So I try to be able to let them stay 1 night, 2 night, or whatever for before they go to rehab. Well, the biggest gap is transitional housing and housing, period. So these people have nowhere to go when they get out of rehab, which is horrible because it's just a repeat cycle. And my heart goes to this and the street. I don't think I'll ever quit doing the streets. But, yeah, I really wanted that building more than anything. I'm just not financially, you hear everybody, they all got, big, deep pockets. If something goes wrong in that big building, I wouldn't be able to be successful. And I want to be successful. And I know that I have to take a step down by doing this, but I would love to have that still be mine and to be able to partner with whoever gets the building, because I'm not trying to do anything that they're trying to do. I want vets. Vets. I got 4 vets, and I only have 10 pallets. And there's some inside, too, with Rhea. That's a big deal. They're not comfortable in a normal setting, especially, normal shelters and stuff. They need help. They're better off in the pallets. They're succeeding in the pallets. So I'm hooked up with Lifeways with the Jackson County Veterans Coalition, and I'm friends with Herb. He's a Pearl Harbor survivor. He's like 101, and he really wants these to be we talked about being Herb's hubs for the vets, because they really need to be treated differently. They don't get the dignity and the respect that they deserve. They really should not be on the streets at all. They served our country, so I know my proposal's not like anybody. I really want to be able to continue the funding by doing the brick by brick. It's an amazing, if you look it up, it's successful. It's a community-owned shelter where you buy a brick. It could be somebody buys a brick for $100 and somebody buys one for $50,000. They still go right next to each other. They get their name engraved in it, or they get to honor somebody, or it's for, memorial, whatever. They get their name engraved in it, and they get to pick what color. And it's an amazing fundraiser. Well, I want to do stuff with that, like that, and being hooked in with the vets for it to succeed and to be able to really do what I've wanted to do. I really am in recovery, and that is a big gap in Jackson County, and my heart's going to it. And this was the only way I could figure out to still be a part of this, because if I have to walk away from the homeless, it's going to kill me. I mean, some of these people, I know their social security number, their parents' names, their kids I call. I've been dealing with these people in tents, literally cars, abandoned buildings. I've been using one abandoned building for about a year, and if some of them are here, I'm sure that I literally fed them for a whole year from Salvation Army, and literally people donate. From just doing this, the community's helped me out so much that, Jonathan, you're gonna die. I have a stack this thick. I get packages at my door every day. I haven't put out Facebook asking wish list in a while. Well, I just did it like a week ago. Every day, my truck's packed. My truck's broke down right now. It's, I just don't want to give up on this. My heart, like, I literally love these people. I can tell you success stories after success stories. And I really don't got time for that. If you can go to a couple slides, if you could go to like the 4th slide. Doing this, I've lost a lot of people to addiction. I've literally gave mouth to mouth to one that I lost in my hands. I gave him mouth to mouth for 4 minutes, and he was one of my favorite kids. He was only 21, and he was with me for like 3 years, and he called me mom and everything, and I didn't realize that, this job is so just heartbreaking, but it's rewarding at the same time. When you see people struggle and then finally get into a house and stand there with their keys, and you've been with them in them woods and in I've done temporary shelters. I did Calvary Church for 3 months and with $3,000, and all the community helped keep that going. That was one of the most amazing things. I have so much support that literally I can keep going with the community. I have people wanting to buy more pallets. I got people wanting to help me with money, but I don't know where to tell them to put it, because I knew deep down that I couldn't get that school. But I really, really wanted that school. I know I got friends and family and everything that, they're like, this is it, you've been doing this for so long. And so I was trying to get that school. Like, I had good, open house and, but every night, for the last 3 nights, I haven't slept, I haven't eaten, I haven't done nothing. Like, I've just heartbreaking that I have to step down, but I don't want to not be successful. And if I did that school, something could go wrong, and I'm not ready for that. My nonprofit's not big enough to do that. I got community help. I got, lots of nonprofits. I got Home and New Vision I work with every day, Jackson Harm Reduction, Lifeways I work with the vets. We have a house out in Brooklyn that vets can go to anytime. Like, I just want to keep the annex going, and then if they're going to do what they're going to do, they could. But right now we could keep the people we got, and then we could start putting them where they're best helped. I take people to engagement center all the time. They can do rides there and back. Home and New Vision, I'm there all the time. The One-Stop Veterans, I'm just community members. I got these sweats that they come in Friday at 10 o'clock, and you buy a pair, and a homeless person gets a pair for free, which we don't make no money or anything. I can't wait for that to happen, though, so that they can walk around with dignity. I do a free clothing store, too, so I wanted to keep that open if that was possible, too. I want to keep doing what I'm doing, and I know I can do it, just not that building. So I could partner up and do whatever I got to do, just keep my foot in the game and keep my boots on the ground. All right, thank you so much.
Hold on, TJ, hold on. TJ,
TJ.
Sorry, TJ. Just wanted to give council opportunity for any questions that they might have.
You guys know I hate this.
It's okay. This family.
Yeah, I've been here a lot.
What
I love
what
you
questions?
guys.
What
I
questions do you
love
guys have,
everybody.
council?
There's so many friends and family here right now.
TJ, have you had any conversation with any of the other organizations outside of this event
is-
today?
I know I talked to Jonathan today when I finally made the decision because I knew that I couldn't do it, but I was still fighting against it. So really, I just made this decision up like last night, and no, but I will talk to anybody. I'll do whatever I got to do. I mean, I've worked with nonprofits before, and you got to do what you got to do if you all have the, like Tosh said, if you all have the right heart for it. That's what we need. We need people that have the right heart for it and that can handle it. I'm emotional right now, but you know I can handle anything that comes at me, homeless-wise and mental illness and addiction-wise. Not talking to people and coming up here. This is not me in a little bit.
Any other questions, council? Thank you, TJ.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I request a 12-minute recess, please?
You're going to need one before we jump into this.
I know that's
citizen
right.
comment.
Let's get it, baby. Let's
Can we
get
make
it.
it 10 minutes, though? 10 minutes, not 12
Oh,
minutes.
man,
Let's
come on. I need 2 more minutes.
Let's do. Looking for a motion for a 10-minute recess.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. Motion passes. time. At this time, I'd like to call our meeting back to order. If we could just get a motion to come back from the recess.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, the same. We are back. That moves us down to item number 6, citizens' comments. And I will start the way we always start, with reading the rule for speaking before the city council. Number 1, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing council. Number 2, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes. During the citizen comment portion of the meeting, council members will not debate or answer questions at this time. Each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number 4, should any speaker cause a breach of the peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the person out of order. Number 5, if a speaker is declared out of order, the mayor by the mayor, and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. 6, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Mr. Hastings, I missed you too. I saw your comments from 12:30 last night on my Facebook.
Good.
Glad to see you thinking about me.
Yeah. So a couple issues about this. I think the first thing that hasn't been addressed, an open question about what the source of the T.A. Wilson building, is the failure of any city employee, be they the Ward 5 council member, past or present, director of neighborhood development, someone from the city, to go and to canvass all the residents who live within a 1-mile radius of the T.A. Wilson and ask them, are you aware we want to open a permanent homeless shelter in your neighborhood? Are you okay with that? What are your specific needs, wants, or concerns? So as usual, the lives of ordinary citizens seem to be the last concern of anyone at City Hall. A second question, so the city poured, just in the building alone, at least $700,000 of ARPA funds last year. That was really just a year ago. Just a year ago, was kind of pounding the table as to the importance of this project, and now less than 12 months later, or approximately 12 months later, we're told that we need to offload T.A. Wilson as soon as possible for approximately 21 cents on the dollar. I don't think that's really defensible from the point of view of the taxpayer. So I listened to the presentation from Residents in Action. A few things jumped out at me. The one is they described their plan, that their plan was that this was going to be a learning experience and a growing period. Well, that's just not a plan. That's just good wishes. We're going to put our best foot forward, hip ho, and away we go. That's a problem. A secondary problem is they say, well, we're for DEI and anti-racism. If you're paying attention to what's going on all over the country in our court system, DEI is taking on the chin and taking a lot of big L's in public forums and in public institutions for being discriminatory. A third problem, they want the building for free. That's not reasonable. They cannot make the simple commitment that they won't ask the city for more money. And the final problem is there are conflicts of interest on this council. So the first one, and the most obvious one, I've brought this up before. When I've read this before, Danny Mahoney just kind of shakes his head at me as if I'm lying or telling untruth. So this is from the MahoneyforMayor.com site under the section that talks about involvement. And under the section that talks involvement, he talks about the many different things he's done. And one of his accomplishments is he's co-founder, co-chair of the Racing for Equity group. Well, the other co-founder, the other co-chair is someone named Keisha Hamilton, whose happy face was up on the screen during the RIA presentation. That's what's called a direct conflict of interest, sir. There are other conflicts of interest as well. Ms. Gunn, you help run the Aware Center, which means you would be responsible for referrals back and forth to this entity. That's a conflict of interest. The final conflict of interest would be, Ms. Hunt, you continue to serve, but you were serving on the JPS board when they made the decision to sell TA Wilson to the city. Now, you're serving in both capacities, but you're serving tonight in the capacity of selling that building, okay, to an entity that has one of whose leaders, as I mentioned before, is also a member on the school board and served at the same time. So it's just kind of a revolving door of conflict, a conflict of interest. I really don't know what what to add to this. It's obvious that it's interesting the term partial girls was thrown out there, and what immediately popped in my mind is how this body here is partial to Residents in Action and how you have shepherded them through and built them up every step of the way. So I'm interested in people's motives. I'm interested in open motives. I'm interested in ulterior motives. And I'm interested in who the ultimate beneficiaries of this are, because you, as a group, sure have gone out on a limb for this. And where I see these NGOs and nonprofits in Jackson, you better ask a lot of questions, and you better ask a second round of questions, and you better look at the spider web and see where everyone connects to everyone else, because there's numerous conflicts of interest here. Thanks.
Sorry, Nick Thurston. You can bring that up, though, please.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Thurston. I live in Jackson, Michigan. I'm a resident of the 5th Ward. I have the same concerns that Will Hastings brought up. Keisha Hamilton and Shalonda Hunt both voted to sell the T.A. Wilson School building to the city of Jackson. After that happened, Shalonda Hunt was appointed by a council vote to the 5th Ward position where she's at right now. And now Keisha Hamilton is here saying that with her group that she wants the building for free. And obviously would be expecting Shalonda Hunt to vote yes on that. Not only that, what has been promoted by Keisha Hamilton is systemic racism. I know people are saying it's about diversity, it's about inclusion and this, that, and the other. But they have publicly stated that is their goal intentionally to only hire black people for their company. And I think that is wrong. If somebody came up here and said that they only want to hire white people to run their companies, we would not accept that. The Partial to Girls Company. Men are actually the gender minority in Jackson, Michigan, not women. Men are actually the gender minority in the state of Michigan, not women. Men are actually the gender minority in the USA, not women. But we see more and more government funding saying that it's for women first and minorities, and usually ends up only going to women. The nonprofit industry, we saw oftentimes, has an extreme bias towards women. Women as employees, women only as board members, and women only as customers. There are more companies popping up in Jackson that have this perspective of women only as employees and women only as customers. If they have a goal to be a housing or housing-related service provider, this is illegal. You cannot do this. It violates the Fair Housing Act at the federal level and the state level. We've also seen affirmative action repealed banned at the Supreme Court level in 2023 because it was promoting systemic racism, and the outcomes were very bad. We see that the state of Michigan Supreme Court also banned affirmative action because the outcomes were more systemic racism and discrimination and segregation in neighborhoods and schools and employment, not less. And I would like for the city of Jackson to also acknowledge that affirmative action type programs in education are not acceptable, and racial discrimination in housing is also not acceptable. Daniel Mahoney, I know you were in the NAACP for a long time. Personally, I'm extremely disappointed that you've not done or said more to condemn people that are promoting racism here in the City Hall. I would like to see the Racial Equity Commission entirely dismantled, and I'd also like to see the DEI department also completely dismantled. What they are promoting is systemic racism. The First Ward has suffered greatly because of identity politics over the last 60 years. And I think it's time to throw away these old ideas that have proven not to work, ideas that got people like MLK killed while he was protesting with the AFL-CIO in Memphis, Tennessee, and focus on American culture. Thank you for your time.
Peter Bormuth.
Peter Bormuth, 142 West Pearl Street. Just like to go through a little bit of what I heard tonight. Start with second chance for all in Jackson. Obviously, this group, TJ, this proposal is not prepared to take on this obligation of this building. So, you know, heart, sentiment, all that's very nice, but we're here in a government position, and you have to act with fiduciary responsibility to your taxpayers. The second proposal by Residents in Action, Freddie, you asked the crucial question, are you going to come back to the city and ask for more money? And the answer was yes, we're definitely going to. And that's a problem because I believe the reason that you put out a request for proposal to purchase T.A. Wilson is because the city wants to step back from being directly involved in housing for homeless. And I don't think that's going to happen if you choose Residents in Action. You're going to continue to have a request for taxpayer dollars to be forward to this program. Finally, the first proposal, which is the Interfaith Shelter and some Welcome Home organization, My Place Altering Outcomes. The issue I have with the Interfaith Shelter, and they just got $2 million from the state, so the state doesn't have the same issue with them, is that the Interfaith Shelter says they're interfaith, but they're not. They're a Christian organization, and they push Christian values and Christian teachings on the homeless people. That should be unconstitutional, but obviously since they just got $2 million, our governor doesn't think so, and that's unfortunate. To be honest, I don't like any one of these three proposals, but it's council's job to choose the best one for the taxpayers and the citizens of this community. And I suppose that out of the options that are here available, unless others materialize, I would be for option A. First proposed.
Davida Quinn.
Good evening. Good evening. Oh, good. I just wanted to make sure that y'all was looking at me and that y'all could hear me pretty good. I am here once again because we're still at this problem with homelessness. If I were to ask the people in this room that are homeless, I wonder how many people would stand. Quite a few would. Most of the people who are homeless in this room, I probably deal with every day. I probably have dealt with them for the last 5 to 6 years. Feeding them, clothing them, dropping off packages, bus passes, anything that you could think of under the sun that it would need for a human to exist without proper shelter. Proper is the word. Living in a tent, cold, rainy, outside is not proper. Living underneath the bridge is not proper. Living in your mama garage on the back patio is not proper. What we have right now set up, when I say we, I am talking about Residents in Action. We have a place right now that we are operating. And those people that live on the grounds of T.A. Wilson is being properly cared for and taken care of. I would like to see Residents in Action have all of the property, the pallets, the annex, and the entire school. What we're going to do with it, we're going to house the homeless people. I bake, so whatever you need to get baked, I'll make sure it's get baked. Child care, there's one of our little kids over there. I'll take care of him too. So all the things that is needed will be provided for the homeless. We have other agencies that have been taking care of the homeless for many years in this city. And most of those people now are housed underneath Residents in Action. Community leaders that are taking charge, doing the business to take care of people and help them where they're much needed. The homeless. That's it. The homeless.
Diane Washington.
Hello. My name is Diane Washington, and I'm with Young People of Purpose, and I'm here to support Residents in Action. As a team leader and also a partner of Residents in Action, YPOP has served the community for a very long time. And we have been serving the community alongside Residents in Action, which has been very helpful in our organizations for these past few years. YPOP is a nonprofit that helps youth, basically in the community. We also do art, we do schooling, we do educational programming for schools and youth K through 12, after school, and all year round programming for youth. We teach, we have gardens that we teach our community to grow healthily, for our communities to provide food for the community, people that are in need. They can come to our garden at any time, get any food, and we make sure that it's organic and it's very helpful for them, to the community. Our educational programs and trainings, we have camps, and this provides an opportunity for us to do educational programming. So one of the things we really want is that we need space. We need space for our programming to help our youth, help our community, education-wise, because our homeless needs education as well. We do, our program is called Success Academy, and this is what we've been doing for years upon years. And our homeless community also need education. We are providing enrichment programming for youth as well, and also providing educational opportunities for homeless youth and families to participate with us. We have been involved with Residents in Action and doing very purposeful, successful projects. On many occasions, Young People of Purpose and RIA have made solutions for the COVID and in food insecurity projects. Also, assessing, I would say, providing the necessities for women's, infants, and children. RIA was instrumental in getting funds for YPOP for our gardens through the Jackson Community Foundation to get electricity in our gardens, and we're so helpful and hopeful that will happen very soon. Being a part of RIA has made us stronger as individuals because we are team leaders, knocking down barriers, changing the trajectory of how things have been going to provide a positive pathway for success for the underserved and the homeless communities in our community. I ask for your vote for the
Thank you,
RIA, especially
Mrs.
for
Washington.
the fact that I'm a woman. I'm proud to be a woman.
Thank you, Mrs.
I just want to
Washington.
say
I'm
that. All right.
Selena Taylor.
Good evening, Council. My name is Selena Taylor. I am the founder and executive director of Partial to Girls, and I am also a founding proud member of Residents in Action. I stand before you tonight to support the RFP that Residents in Action put in. We spent a lot of time on that proposal together, and what it represented was our work. It represented our work directly with the people in Jackson, Michigan, mainly those who are living and experiencing life in poverty. Our focus, ever since we came together, has been to help people to come out of their life in poverty. It has been tumultuous work. Some of the things that we have been faced with out here in families, we don't even talk about some of the things that we have found out here. We've just worked on them. We've just found solutions for the people that have been living in squalor for years, women and children, families, men. Partial to Girls works with men every day. I serve men, I serve fathers, and in return, they help me. My position in Residents in Action, I have a focus on people's basic human needs and mothers, infants, and children. My focus is on support for families. We have worked day in and day out. That video was just a small 1-minute capture of what we have done out here on these streets for years. I ask this council tonight to study the proposal of Residents in Action and then study us, who we are. We don't hide anything. We're strong Black women. We have led with dignity and respect. We have collaborated and partnered with many people in the city. But like our leader Tasha said, we're tired of surviving. We're tired of seeing people just surviving and then going right back to the squalor that they came from, which is poverty. That is our fight. We're not here to fight against any organizations, any individual. Our fight in Residents in Action is against poverty. I ask you to support, I encourage you to support our proposal and give us a chance to continue the important work that we started out doing years ago. Thank you.
Sherry Butters.
Good evening. Sherry Butters. I live on the 800 block of North Elm for about the past 24 years. I am also the manager of the Jackson Collaborative Network, and as such, I help lead Jackson's Collective Impact Network that is focused on creating and maintaining a safe, healthy, thriving community. And we are bound together by our values of equity, anti-racism, and authentic engagement, continuous learning. I'm here to voice my support of the proposal submitted by Residents in Action to acquire the T.A. Wilson property. So I know we've all heard that it is not the proposal that's going to put money in the city's coffers, and it's still the right choice. It is still the right choice. The city of Jackson and most government here in the state of Michigan has a long history of disinvesting in our most disadvantaged and disenfranchised populations. It's time to change that. This council has an opportunity to change that. RIA has been consistent in answering this community's call for help in many ways since they formed in 2020. They have answered the call even when the resources haven't been there to support them to do that work. They have shown what they can do to address the most complex community problems in ways that are equitable and cost-effective. It's time for bold action Business as usual has not and will not produce the change that is needed. Thank you.
Zach Bice.
Hi, guys. My name is Zach Bice. I live at 609 Seymour Ave. And I'm here for TJ, Second Chance for All. I've only known TJ for a few months, but I've heard of her works for years. She raises money, takes donations, and even uses her own money to rent rooms at America's Best End to get people off the streets. I've learned over the past few months it's a lot deeper than that. She has been personally, she has a personal connection to these people because she was one of these people. She understands the struggles and the hardships they're going through better than anyone that I know. She doesn't run the shelter to get rich. She doesn't do it for notoriety or to be boastful. She does it for the love and care of the people that desperately need it. Have you ever met someone in life who knew why they were here? Who finally figured out what they were here on this earth for? That's TJ. When it comes to the shelter, I've never seen a more caring, hardworking, loving person than her. When I visit, that's what I feel, and that's what I see, and you can see it in the residents that are there. She loves her people, and they love her. When they screw up, they get in trouble. When they do good, they get the love and attention that the rest of the world doesn't give. It takes a very special person to do what she does, to see the things that she sees and to deal with things that she deals with on a daily basis and still come to work with a smile. Early mornings, late nights, she does it all. But beyond that, she still thinks about the people and what she can do to better their lives. To her, a second chance for all isn't just a shelter, it's a stepping stone. It's a stepping stone that people need to get back on their feet. Addicts, recovering addicts, people that have simply fallen on hard times, mentally challenged, the list goes on and on. To her, the people are people, and they deserve the best opportunities to get back on their feet. With her background knowledge, I feel a second chance for all could be a game changer in our community. If she's able to work with the T.A. Wilson Building Group, she could literally transform lives. She could give these people what they want and what they deserve, and that's to be a part of Jackson's working class, to be out of the shelter and out on their own. She has big ideas that aren't currently offered or available, but could be given the right opportunity. In closing, I'd like to say that I've been a Jackson resident for 13 years, and I've done my little bit to help out the homeless here around town, but I haven't done anything to TJ's scale. I just hope that she can continue doing what she does. Thank you for your time.
John Light.
John Light. I live out in Pleasant Lake, Michigan, out in Henrietta Township. And if I do say anything about any particular group's shortcomings tonight, that's certainly not saying in a derogatory sense because they're all out there trying and they're all out there doing some good work. But I've only heard, out of the speakers that have come up here so far, I've only heard one speaker talk on the business side, the business aspect of this, and that's what I'm going to talk about. We're going to continue to hear a lot of stories about heartstrings being tugged and things like this, but the simple fact of the matter is the city of Jackson has a building that they are looking to sell, okay? And we have 3 proposals on the board right here. We have the Miss TJ right there, and kudos to her for admitting that. They certainly do not have the money, nor, I shouldn't say the expertise, but they don't have the money to carry out this project. So she certainly would not want to start something and have it fail. So I applaud her for admitting that right there. The second, one of the other proposals is Residents in Action. Now, Residents in Action has been around again, but once again, it's become quite clear, and they also say in their proposal that they are not experts. They have no expertise in the renovations or the types of things that T.A. Wilson needs. Although they are sitting on a $500,000 bill, that is not nearly enough money to carry out this particular project right here. You guys certainly would not want to take the $25,000 a year deal to pay off the building because that's almost like you're in the land contract business. And that's not something the city should be getting into. One of the downfalls of that is, let's say, residents in action, let's say you give somebody the building. Let's say it's residents in action. They burn through their money in a year and a half, and they have to close up shop. The city now has T.A. Wilson back. Okay? You're in a land contract, 6-year deal with them. So that's not a good thing. By far, business-wise, is the Interfaith Shelter. They have the experience. We've heard residents in action say many, many times, not just tonight, but many times I've seen Ms. Carter at this podium saying, we're building the plane as we fly it. Okay? I don't know if that's the best uses of taxpayer money. We have several nonprofits in the city. We've got Ms. Gunn here that runs a Aware Shelter. We've got Ms. Good over at the Jackson Friendly Home, the John George Home, the Interfaith Shelter. We have many, many organizations in this building or in this town that would like to have a large chunk of money to get their operation going or to keep their operations going. Unfortunately, the nonprofit business and fighting for funds is a dog-eat-dog world. It's just like any other business that we run in. So in this particular case, I don't really want to use the word no-brainer, but I don't know how you guys can turn down the JIS. Thank you.
Nancy Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Nancy Smith. I'm here on behalf of Senator Sue Schink. And the Senator wants to commend the City of Jackson just for seriously taking on the housing crisis and homelessness in our community. And for all of you working to address these things for quite a long time. Senator Schink is also dedicated to solving these problems in our community and in her district. In last year's budget, she did secure $1 million that was dedicated to the City of Jackson for the purpose of homelessness. And as you've heard, just last week, the Michigan Community Center grants were announced, and there were 2 in Jackson, $2 million for the Interfaith Shelter and $500,000 for Residents in Action. And that was due in some part to Senator Schink's advocacy for those groups. Senator Schink is pretty seriously impressed with the impact that Residents in Action has made in bringing positive changes into the lives of many of Jackson's struggling residents. And as such, she did send a letter of support to you all on the issue that we're discussing this evening. I can leave a paper copy of it in case anybody didn't get their digital copy. I trust that you did. And on a different topic, under future events, on next Monday night, March 11th, there's going to be a town hall on community violence intervention. It is at Jackson College at 6 p.m. It's going to be a panel discussion on violence intervention, and Representative Carrie Reingans will be there, Senator Sue Schink will be there, our own Mayor Daniel Mahoney will be there, and some other community leaders. So check that out, and thank you.
David Ostrander.
Hello, my name's David Ostrander. I live at 633 Oak Hill Ave. I want to get into the point to where I would take my shirt off and give it to anybody that needed it. We got this elderly couple that lives on my street. The lady's 80 years old and the man's 82, and he's going through chemo, and she needs a wheelchair ramp put in. I can't put it in because I don't have the means. They don't have the money to, and I've asked Jonathan and I've asked Shane Laporte to help to make this happen. Nobody has contacted this lady yet. Shane Laporte says that he would send somebody out there to talk to her. Didn't happen. You guys waste a lot of money here in the city of Jackson. Can't you help somebody out? That's all I got to say.
Alex Curley.
My name is Alex Curlin, 715 West Michigan Avenue. It is a pleasure to be here and listen to the people that want to help our community. I'm going to say something, and I know you're aware. Any society that doesn't help the youth, any society that doesn't help the elderly, and any society that doesn't help the poor will fail. And it's proven. I've seen it in Central America, South America, and in the United States. We're in a dark world right now. And I belong to the young people. Thank you. Young people of purpose. And I've been working with Sister Diane for a long time. Out of school programs. But we are only a flashlight. And all these organizations are only a flashlight. But in a dark world, a flashlight can make the difference. Sometimes we don't see profit on helping the poor, helping the youth, and helping the elderly. But that is what it brings a nation down. I've seen it, and it will happen here too. You can build buildings, skyscrapers, a big community, and a big economy. But if you're not training the young people that are going to take care of those buildings and that community, everything fails. If you don't listen to the older people that have been around the sun a few times and get some information how to run this place, you fail too. And if you don't help those that are fall in distress and trying to pull them out, the city doesn't have a soul, doesn't have a spirit, and it will fail. So look around. It doesn't seem like pays to help the poor, the young, the elderly. It seems like there's no money there. But the city will fail, the country will fail, and everybody fails if they don't do the right thing. We don't pressure people as we should. We look for money and profit. But there is nothing better than God's creation, us as human beings. And if we don't do it, we will pay for it. Thank you very much.
Delia Johnson.
(1106) South Grinnell is my address. I wanted to point out that I am a member of RIA. At this point, I think I might be the only Caucasian, but I have to say that I've learned an awful lot about the Black experience during my time of being with RIA. Recently, I've been trying to help them out with the shelter concern. I had engaged my church, which is a white church, mostly, to help out with contributing food, contributing, contributing clothing. We did all of that to help out the shelter. So even though RIA is basically a Black organization, I did want to point out that there is a white person there, and that and that it's good that I can then share with my congregation, which is mainly white, about what the Black experience is.
Sally Hebner.
My name is Sally Heapner, and I'm one of the homeless people that's been living at the shelter with my aunts, and my whole family's been helping me out. And please keep let you guys have the shelter stay open for us. My aunt needs it, and I need it. I don't want to live on the street anymore. And it's hard for homeless people living under the bridge anyways. Too many people's been dying so much right now, and we need the shelter. Thank you.
Russ. Going once. Russ. Didn't give a last name. Angelique Jones. Say it one more time. Drinkard.
All right, so I am 20 years old. This is my first city council meeting, and I am honored to be here. I just hate that it has to be on these accounts, you know. I currently live at the T.A. Wilson Homeless Shelter. I'm going to give you a little bit of background on myself. I am a foster kid. I was a foster kid. I aged out of the system. The system has failed me. I do not want to be a part of another falling system, if that makes sense. I have experience at the Interfaith as well. I also have experience at the T.A. Wilson Homeless Shelter because I currently live there. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, but Jackson Interfaith is not some place where people can prosper, you know, because that's the whole point of being there, right? But unfortunately, they're too busy trying to focus on the money and focus on themselves that they forget about the people, and they are very quick with kicking people out. And for a year, I was kicked out for a year for cutting my nephew's hair. And for basic stuff or things like that, it's not what our community is supposed to be about. So yeah, residents in action, in my mind, would make the most sense because they are actually there to help people, they are for the people, and they are the people, if that makes sense. I am 7 months pregnant, and I would hate to be struggling. I'm already struggling, but I hate that I have to worry about housing when I'm 20 years old, and I have goals, and I have ambitions, and I have things that I want to do with my life, but I'm being held up because I'm too busy worrying about where I'm going to sleep and where I'm going to put my baby. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Rachel. Didn't give a last name. Rachel. Tony McNish. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm like TJ, I'm not good at this. I'd like to say thank you to Rhea, to TJ, to all of them for helping us. With Rhea, I've experienced, it is a black ran, but I'm white. And I'm very, very comfortable there. I'm very comfortable there. I was nervous. I became homeless because me and my husband, we lost our jobs due to our car failing, and then he had heart problems. We were enrolled to go to the shelter. We were there. I took him up on emergency. He had heart problems. The Interfaith Shelter then told me to call every shift and let them know when we were going to come back. He was admitted for 4 days. The second day, they told us we didn't have a bed again. So then we had nowhere to go. We were in our car again. We went to the shelter. They said that at the time they didn't have no place for us. Miss Selena told us to call back at 1:30. This was at 9:30, 10:30 in the morning. Within an hour, she called us and she told us to come back. She had a place for us to go. We've been there ever since. They don't, it's not a homeless shelter. It's not. They're family. They help us. They teach us. I'm 49 years old and they teach me. Still they teach me. These black women teach me. I have 2 black daughters. I only hope they grow to be like them, honestly. It's home. They help us. They want us to move forward. They bring Community Action Agency to us. They bring Michigan Works to us. They bring DHS to us. They bring it to us. A lot of people don't have a way to get nowhere and do anything. They do it. They come in after their shift and they cook for us. Miss Maisha, Miss Davita, all of them. Tasha, everybody, they all help us there. If you need something, they give it to you. They make sure they go get it. They find it. If they have to reach in their own pockets and give it to you, they get in their own pocket. No one goes stinking. No one goes dirty. No one goes hungry. No one, nothing. They teach people how to cook. They teach people how to clean. They help everyone. Everyone. And I just think Resident in Action is the best place for, they're the best ones to go into T.A. Wilson School. I mean, there's no question about it. I think the whole white, black thing, absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely. Right now, they don't see color. They see love. They see helping people. So I don't know where to go from there. I just hope they get it. I hope they get it. Thank you.
Grady McNish.
Hello, my name is Hello, my name is Grady McNish. I'm homeless. I currently stay in one of the pallet houses, and keeping in conjunction with what my wife said, we just had a bad set of circumstances. We were both gainfully employed, and we just had a bad set of circumstances, and but one of them being my health, and we were at the shelter. And because I was in the hospital for 4 days after the second day, I lost my bed. And we weren't eligible again for a year. Didn't get no letter of homelessness. So it was like, you're out. We had no more help. Selena and them reached out, and they helped us. The one thing I want to make clear about Rhea is my wife says she's very comfortable there. I want y'all to understand what she means by that. She's not saying she just lay back. You know, she's comfortable there. She don't feel like she's in prison or locked up. You know, they put people with the proper resources because everybody's different, but we're all there for the same reason. So, you know, we all got our little individual plans that we need to work on to get where we need to be. Now, we've been there since the end of December, and we just about got everything in order that we need. 90 more days would be perfect. Somebody could get 6 months in a situation like that. I mean, the resources that they bring to you. Miss Selena, Miss Davita, TJ, I love them to death. I am a college graduate and a current college student at Siena Heights University working on my master's. And because of Rhea, I'm able to do that again because I got a place to lay my head, I got a place to function, I got a place to think. No one wakes up and decides they want to be homeless. You know, I don't have no drug addictions, I don't have no alcohol addictions, none of that. None of that. I think that Residents in Action will be perfect. I mean, come March 31st, where everybody going to go? So all the work they done put into helping people get to just right there, what's going to happen? You know, I mean, anybody else get it March 31st, no matter what we went through, what went on, we out of there. So everything that happened, you know, positive for us is dashed right back in our face. I just pray that Resident in Action is chosen for this because they do a lot. Particular to girls, partial to girls. Help me. Helped a lot of guys I know. You know, partial to girls. Partial to girls. That don't mean they don't help men, because they do. They help me. You know what I'm saying? I just can't thank Rhea and them enough. I can't thank them enough. To let this close March 31st without them getting it, it would be a travesty. It really would. Resident in Action has really done what they were supposed to do. They're Residents in Action. Thank you.
Adonis? 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 I'll come back. I'll come back to him if they come back in. I think somebody's going to go. Brian Danica?
Hello, I'm Brian Danica. I currently reside at the T.A. Wilson Homeless Shelter 2. I just want to point out from what I noticed here today, the 3 different proposals. The first proposal, you got a group of 4 different corporations or incorporations or LLCs, whatever they are, nonprofit organizations, that teamed up, where the other 2 proposals are individuals. You got RIA, and then you got TJ, Second Chance for All. What I noticed is the difference. I've stayed at the Interfaith Shelter, and I'm at the new shelter now currently, is the way that it's all ran. I'm getting off track. Anyway, it seems to me that they have the Second Chance for All or Residents in Action. They both have more focus on what the people, us homeless, really need. Our basic needs are met, and they're focused on more about our betterment in our survival even after treatment or our home placement or whatever to help us get through everything. Whereas the first proposal, I feel that they're just more in it for the money or to expand, and it sounds like they're already planning on expanding anyway, whether they get it or not, which is great. It's awesome. In my eyes, we need it for more homeless. To my understanding, I think you guys got a bunch of money recently for homelessness. And so, that's great. If they can do that, even if they don't get this, I hope they do. But I think it's more opportunity for more growth for this new nonprofit organization, Residents in Action, for our community, for all these nonprofit organizations to grow, because they already plan on growing. WHO and the Interfaith Shelter and all of them, they already plan on expanding, whether they get this regardless or not. And that's great. So they're already going to grow. They got their $2 million. Residents in Action, they're getting help from the community already as well, which is, to me, is showing growth for that nonprofit organization, which our community needs more growth and more nonprofit organizations like that. That's all I got today. Thank you.
Thomas Nastali. Thomas J. Nastali just walked out. Destiny Hegood. I'll come back to that one too if they come back. John C. King. Come on down. No, don't tear it up, John.
Jenkington 03 3rd Street here in the city. Yesterday, the Supreme Court stopped the actions of several elected members of the so-called Party of Democracy. They did it unanimously, which, speaking of that party, the Democrat Party, part of their politics is pushing this homelessness stuff. That includes our governor and Sue Shink. I noticed that the Secretary of State's mobile unit was at the Interfaith Shelter. They say, updating licenses and all that, but their main thing is to take advantage of the poor and homeless to get them registered to vote and check that box to have ballots sent to them. So, in the state of California, it's Democrats that push the homelessness, and, it's a lot of areas in California are literally S-holes. You got to watch where you step in cities like San Francisco and Sacramento and a lot of others. So, I I don't like the way this program's being pushed because it's more out of politics rather than a sincere effort to help people. I think the order of the numbers is ranks the best to the worst proposals. I would like the city attorney and city manager to address long-term inspections, codes and everything like that, especially with pellet shelters, because there's been the emergency ordinance that was passed then since March 31st. With RIA, the self-described black-led organization, they've been greatly overstating their good. Even the members here have overstated, like with Tasha. Tasha has always been, and I think RIA has told people, oh, say that the first option that they're in it for money. Well, actually, it's what Tasha has done. When she spoke here before, it's always show me the money, and then I'll maybe do something of, good. She takes 15% off the top right away, and yet, unfortunately, a lot of people have pushed her as being Mother Tasha of Jackson, Michigan. There's a lot of bad things. Resumes of people, a lot of the letters being sent asking RIA to get money when it's them that are going to be getting their own offices and lots of perks from RIA's money. So RIA is a big no. Thank you.
Jenna Rhodes.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Council. I would like to start with saying that a dream is a wish your heart makes. And I believe RIA is a dream that should come true. T.A. Wilson saved my life. How do you ask that? How do you ask as that is a hefty sentiment? When I arrived at T.A. Wilson, the first thing TJ said to me was, hey, do you need a job? And I, with tears in my eyes, I had been through hell with other shelters. I said, yes. She said, go here, and I got the job on the spot. I come back, and she says, I'm going to make room for you. She puts me in a pallet, and I had a job and shelter, like that. Eventually, I moved on the inside, and I struggled greatly with human interaction given my past, and the staff was so accommodating. Even though they are not required to provide food, they somehow managed to feed us delicious, fulfilling dinners. Davida has some magic in her heart with the meals that she cooks. Selena, I look to as a mother. She gave me a hug, and it felt like the first time I'd ever been held right. They treat me like I'm a person with feelings, and they accommodate my special needs given my PTSD. They protect me, so I stayed. I have been there healing properly for 3 months now. I'm afraid, as many of us, that the school is closing in April, and I feel like nothing happens for coincidence. And I can say it boldly that that shelter cares about the underdogs. That shelter and the people running it care about the outcasts. And they have formidable patience. They have big hearts to tend to special circumstances. And when have we ever met a homeless person without special circumstances? I have healed so much with their love, someone with trust issues learning how to trust, because I look into their eyes and they care, and that's priceless. This is my personal experience as a homeless person arriving to the T.A. Wilson shelter. Another personal note is that they showed me so much protection. I gotta say this. As the man was saying, in a year and a half, they'll run out of money. I disagree. I have seen how these women can stretch their finances, and even pouring their own finances into the shelter. A lot can happen in a year and a half, and I have high hopes they will only become more and more solidified operation, because these women are hardworking and women of God as well. And I believe when God is glorified in a place, that place will prosper. So we're not gonna have any negativity on that. Another personal note is I'm starting to sketch again. I'm starting to go out into the day room and play my guitar, and I'm starting to sing again. Their love is healing me. They're showing me love I've never had in my entire life. This shelter needs to stay open, but it needs the same leaders running it. And I believe that if it isn't broke, don't fix it. Fund RIA, they deserve it. Thank you.
Pastor Ken Bass.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I've heard a lot of good stuff here tonight, pros and cons of why we should and why we shouldn't. I'm of the belief that if you can do it, do it. I don't believe that government is the answer to everything and every problem, but it's going to take both sides of the people to take care of this issue. It's not something that's going to go away. The reason I'm here tonight is because Tracy goes to my church, and she would never let me hear the end of it if I wasn't here. So I am here tonight to talk and to try to help as best I can. I heard of a story one time. They were asked of an anthropologist, when did civilization begin? Did it begin when they discovered the wheel, or when they discovered fire, or when did it begin? And she said, when we dug up a body and found that there was a femur bone that had healed. And they said, well, what has that got to do with the beginning of civilization? She said that civilization began when one person helped another person when they were hurting. Because somebody had to take care of that person while they were wounded. Somebody had to get food. Somebody had to get water. Somebody had to give that person time to heal. I don't believe the government is the answer to everything, but I do believe they can help. I heard Ronald Reagan say one time, he said the most terrifying words in the English language was, I'm here from the government and I'm here to help. But there is a part that you can do. You can help. And if you can, I think that we should. I just want to read this. I don't know if you go to church, that's your business. But I would like to read this tonight. And Jesus answering said, a certain man went down to Jerusalem to Jericho and fell among thieves, which stripped him of his raiment and wounded him and departed, leaving him half dead. And by chance there came down a certain priest that way, and when he saw him, he passed by on the other side. And likewise a Levite, when he was in the place, came and looked on him and passed by on the other side. But a certain Samaritan, as he journeyed, came where he was. And when he saw him, he had compassion on him. And he went to him and bound up his wounds, pouring in oil and wine, and set him on his own beast, and brought him to an inn, and took care of him. And on the morrow when he departed, he took out 2 pence and gave them to the host. And he said unto them, take care of him, and whatsoever thou spendest more, when I come again, I will repay. Which one of these was his neighbor? I don't believe your neighbor is just somebody that lives beside you. I believe it's a community. I've been here for 12 years, and you can probably tell by my accent that I am not from here. But I want to be a part of this community. I'm proud of this community, and we can help this community. God bless you.
Thank you. Maisha Jones.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor and all councilmen, we appreciate the time tonight. Do want to apologize for my wardrobe. I did just got out of Taekwondo, but the people who know me know I come correct, but apologize for tonight. I just want to take some time to talk about Residents in Action. For one, I want to acknowledge that I support Residents in Action. I'm a founding member and has been a part of this amazing organization, and there's a lot of reasons why. We've been running this temporary homeless shelter, and it has been an experience. And I want to be transparent, and I also want to be kind. We've had a lot of difficulties, even in the partnerships that we've had in running this temporary homeless shelter. Even a close partner that we have in this relationship, where we've had to sever some ties and end and set some boundaries with our direct partner. We've had backlash, meaning people who are donating literally stopped donating because this partner went out and told people that they no longer liked us. And so people were just stopped donating. People were coming into our organization, coming to us and saying, who's in control here? Because they didn't think the Black women that are leading this work were the folks that were in control or running the organization. So it's just been really interesting. But I want to say a couple of things. One, I was sitting behind one of the gentlemen's over here, and he's like, well, they've just been working for 3 months just housing people, and they're just coming back after 3 months looking for money. And that's not true. We have services like DHS, Community Action Agency, and various organizations throughout our community where you find permanent housing that has to go through a process. And so we have those folks coming in. Well, I heard John King, who's also been stalking me on Facebook and being very mean to me, which I think you should stop, but who's come in and said, this is what I think. And I just want to say, like my mother said, when he said, well, I think this, and I thought, my mother always told me, opinions are like buttholes and everyone has them. So I just want to take some time to talk about some facts of Residents in Action. The fact that we have, out of every single grant that we have received, and even the partnerships with the city, our work, we have done amazing work. We have submitted reports that have made a real impact in our community. Although we are a Black-led organization, most of the people that we serve, even under this current work, are not people of color. They are white people. We treat everyone with dignity, love, and respect. Each and every time we've had a challenge or something faced against us, needing to report every 2 weeks, needing to do this, needing to do that, we've stepped up to the part and did that and above in order to do our work. It doesn't matter what we look like. It matters the impact that we make on our community. And please believe me, Resident Action not only has the lived experience, but also the qualifications to be able to run a building like the T.A. Wilson. Thank you.
Katima Dickinson.
Good evening, Council. Good evening. For one, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've sat in this room for many a years, for many a days, and I'm honored at the privilege to have 2 minutes and 51 seconds. I hope I can do it in under 2. I come to you because I was late, and I don't really know what's going on. But I'm not from Jackson, but now I can claim that I am Jackson, and I ask y'all to give me 2 minutes and 37 seconds for extreme ownership. If you know, you know, and I won't look behind me anymore because that mirror, as I learned from Jelly Roll, is very, very small for a reason. I am looking in front of me at what is to come. I do not know very many people from the ABCs and the 3 groups and all of those things, but a lot of you in this room know me. Hi, JTV. Y'all know me. I'm not new to you. I moved here to open the 200, and I did that. I did it well, and I believe in me and what I'm able to do. A guy named Nicholas with curly hair called out, hey, thank you, I love you, and I want you to hold me accountable. I said that to you. I learned that from her. When was your meeting? Whenever it was. She knows. I did not do it in under 2, but I'm thankful for 3. A commercial is 2 minutes and 2 seconds or so. That's what they said on Love Connection. But extreme ownership gives me 3 minutes to hopefully not go over. Y'all know me. I serve in this community. I'm asking that under the umbrella of this body, everybody works together. Because when there was no room in this room for a change, which I'm happy to see, it makes me happy on the inside when we fill this room, because that helps them out. Many hands make for light work. Thank you. It's easy to do. It's fun to do when we forget the I's and the me's and we turn into 3 minutes for citizens to work together. Clean up the community. There was standing room only, so all I could do was stand up because that lady was in my seat. And I met her at the MLK CIA corridor, and she talks a lot. And that seat is a quiet seat. That seat with the wheels on it moves. My feet move. 36 seconds. I am asking to earn my breaks in DEI with the umbrella of everybody working together, and this body and me, because now I work here. I don't have my flashlight, Pastor, but I got keys and an ID, and I'm asking that you hold me, her because she said it, them because they do it, accountable. I've worked in the hospitality industry, and I'm that hoe in me. I'm that hoe in home because I've worked in my industry for over 30 years. I have 4 seconds. Thank you. I hope y'all believe in me. Give me a shot. 4 years. Or at least until 2030 and the next census happens. Yay! Be counted. Oh, that's not mine. I stole it from David, but it's green, and it makes sense to me. It makes dollars.
Sharon Peterson? Pedersen. Pedersen.
Nope, it's Peterson.
Peterson, dang it.
Peterson, spelled
First mine was right.
Hi, all. I'm Sharon Peterson from 711 Elmwood Ave in this fair city. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As a master's in urban planning, I'm aware that there are funds available just for housing and homelessness, which you all are applying to this, I believe. Not raised from city taxes, not raised to compete with other city services. So it's a good way to use money to address a problem. Best way to raise funds in the future is to have a community-based representative board, which requires low-income people on the board, things like that. And I believe that Residents in Action is your locally based representative organization that can do the best job of providing inclusivity for our residents who are homeless in this area. It's a group of people who understands needs, understands poverty, and I've heard they serve plenty of white people as well as other people of color, so that's good. For me, as the director of Jackson Pride locally, that's also important to be inclusive for LGBT people. And I think Residents in Action can do that. I encourage them to also partner, if they can, with TJ's organization, because that also exemplifies inclusiveness, especially for people in recovery. And I'm just not sure if the Jackson Interfaith Shelter can provide the same kind of inclusivity for the LGBT community that this resident-led body can. So thank you for your consideration tonight.
Miss Kathy Moore, you told me you wasn't going to say nothing tonight. You better be nice to me.
Okay, you already know my name. I'm Kathy Moore, 1513 South Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. I just want to say that you have a big decision to make. If TJ hadn't have left, I would like to applaud her for stating that she knew she couldn't handle this project, but she could do part of it. Mm-hmm. She talked about veterans and different things that no one else has said anything about. I applaud her for that. Let's see, one was wanted for $75,000, and the other wanted for $150,000, and they took it back. But they're both, no, what is it, residents? I kind of go with them. No offense to anyone else, really. Their proposal, they stated dollars and everything else. The first one did not come up with, money that they have raised or that they have contributed to anything. And you guys have a hard decision ahead of you. I know that whatever you decide is not going to go with what everyone wants, and you can't do that. The Bible says that we're going to have poor amongst us always. We're always going to have poor. But we can try to help remedy that. Well, help ease it, because the Bible says we're always going to have it, so it's true. We're going to have it. It would be great if all of the three could come together and do a board or something to where everybody's combined, because together I know that they really can make a difference. I think together it can make a difference. As my friend said, oh, she took her seat back, that a conglomerate of all of them. I mean, if they could come together, that would be great. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Just wanted to give one last chance. There's a couple people I think stepped out of the room. Thomas Nastali, gone. Adonis, no last name, gone. Destiny He good. Gone. Okay. That concludes our citizens' comment and brings us to council member comments. Councilmember Wood, kick us off, please.
And you're putting me on the spot here.
I'm sorry.
First, thank you to all three of the applicants for the presentations and for the really, everybody else has said it better than I could, but the really outstanding work that's going on in the community. As a new council member, like, it's really amazing to hear all the stuff that's going on. Thank you to the public commenters, those who came out to speak for the presentations, also to those who continue to bless us with their creativity. I do really want to particularly thank those who came out, who are currently staying at a homeless shelter and came out to speak. I think that as we make this decision, like, you're who I want to hear from most as we try to figure this out, because that's who this is supposed to serve. I also, getting a little bit off subject, do want to thank the city clerk and her department for a very smooth presidential primary election.
Councilmember Hunt.
I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. Awesome presentations. A lot of information was shared. I echo some of the comments from others. We do have a critical decision to make. We understand that we are facing a crisis, and this crisis needs to be addressed, not just temporarily, but long-term. And I pray and hope that the best decision is made. We want to see our constituents live successful lives. We want to see them change their circumstances with the assistance of individuals that are willing to pour into them and help them as long as they need the help. I hope that this is the beginning of a brighter Jackson. We need this in our community, and I am confident that the decision that this council makes will be for the betterment of all of those that are suffering, that are fighting to survive, and those that believe that there is a brighter tomorrow. So I, again, thank you, Residents in Action, the community, Concept Plan, and TJ. TJ, again, you were courageous for approaching this body, this large room of individuals, being vulnerable and sharing your passion, your dream, and where your heart lies. Again, thank you to each one of you.
Councilmember Robinson. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to kind of echo what we've heard in comments across the dais. I thank all of you for coming in and your dedication to help for the better for residents in the city of Jackson, those that are homeless, those that can't eat or don't have enough food, clothes, all of that that you have been doing is most appreciated. I thank all of the residents for your comments, your opinions, and it is going to be a decision, that's tough. It's going to be a hard decision, and it seems to be that things have been tough for council for a few years, as I can think back on different occasions where it's a hard decision, and we try to make that decision be the best for our residents and the city of Jackson as a whole. Last but not least, my ward has the majority of the MLK corridor within it. And I do plan to have a ward meeting on March 14th, starting at 6 p.m. at MLK Center to address the assessment. And I certainly hope that those listening via our TV, those here will spread the word that there will be a presentation to help explain the reason of assessments and the betterment of the road repair. So please come out and please share the word that we will address that on the 14th at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Councilmember Gunn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiment of all the other council members that have gone already. We appreciate people coming out. We appreciate the presentations. We really want to hear, especially from the experience of those who are receiving our services and are directly impacted by any decisions that we make. So thank you for coming out tonight.
Vice Mayor Dancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just like everyone else, just thank each and every one for coming out. The presentations was great. I thank you for that. I know you put a lot of hard work into that. Thank all the comments for the citizen comments. You know, appreciate your thoughts and your feelings on the situation. I would say this, when the city purchased T.A. Wilson, there's always been a plan to sell that building. We purchased that building for a reason. We purchased that building for the shelter, the winter sheltering, and put that up. But there's always was a reason for purchasing that. And one of the reasons was we know what we had to do, but also we know we need to sell that building. We couldn't, because the city, we just couldn't afford that. So when people saying we had no plan, there was a plan. There's always been a plan in place for that. So this isn't something just popped up out of nowhere and we said we're not going to do this. So that always has been the plan. Again, I just like thank each and every one. Thank the clerk for the hard work that the staff and the volunteers did for the primaries. I know it was long days, no crowds, but did a good job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And again, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep my comments as brief as possible. I just want to start by just saying thank you to Nancy Smith and showing up on behalf of Senator Sue Shink's office, and also recognize State Representative in the back of the room here. Hello, thank you for being present tonight. Couple of things, just a couple of announcements really quick. State of the City address will be held next week, 2 weeks from now, March the 20th, 24 at 6 p.m. It's going to be hosted at the City Center, formerly the Masonic Temple, which is right behind us. So join us to hear about all the wonderful things that we've been able to accomplish and all the wonderful things that we plan to accomplish as well. I know you are most excited in the front, my good friend, to hear about that. Mr. Attorney, just a quick question for clarification for some of our citizens who seem to keep bringing this up, and also just for myself. Will you just briefly clarify the accusations of conflict of interest in this situation? I just want to make sure there isn't a conflict of interest, because I don't think anybody who sits on our city council stands to benefit in any way of the sale of this property.
No, so we have a pretty robust ethics ordinance. The easiest way and simplest way to describe the general conflict of interest under the ordinance is whether or not any particular council person, by virtue of a vote, would receive any kind of pecuniary interest. It's a fancy legal way of saying, are they getting any cash for making a vote? That's, in simplest terms, it's based upon relationships that are defined under the ethics ordinance, but again, in general terms, there's no conflict of interest if you're not profiting by virtue of a particular vote. There's other hypothetical scenarios that do exist on the ethics ordinance, but that's the main one.
Thank you for that. Just wanted to make sure that that was publicly stated so that there is not any confusion about there being any such conflicts of interest. Put them all the way up, baby. And stay off my Facebook in your midnight hours.
Don't illegally deny my FOIA.
Weirdo. Tonight was real hard for me to not get emotional. Hearing the testimonies, I'll try not to make emotional decisions, but this is an emotional topic. I have not been shy at all. Speaking about being homeless, and I take it personal. I take the work personal that's been done, so I want to start by saying thank you for the work that's been done. I want to say thank you to everyone who is doing the work as well and who presented tonight, because I know everyone doing the work takes the work personal, or at least I would hope that they take the work personal. It means something different when you've been there, when you've been homeless and you see that this is something that truly could be life impacting and life changing for an individual, one way or another. So I'm excited about whatever next steps that we make, and I'm extremely proud that we had such strong proposals from individuals who have such strong emotion about the work that they're proposing to be done at the site. That's all I want to say. I'm not going to be up here all emotional in front of y'all. I'll save that for later. But I also wanted to just share that the Summit to Reduce Violence is coming up. I'll probably talk about this as much as possible. I do think it's having a tremendous impact. It is a great place to brainstorm, think about, discuss, talk about the issue of violence in the community. And this is our third summit that we have hosted. This one will be April the 17th. It will be at 8 a.m. To 1:30 p.m. at the American One Event Center. That is a Wednesday. There's no cost for you to register, but we do want you to register so that way we know for sure how many people will be present. I'm sure that the flyer for this will be shared on the city website as well as the city social media for public consumption as well. I think that's it. I've got some questions I'll be reaching out to. I held my questions intentionally because I just plan to reach out afterwards to ask some of the questions that I have about the proposals that were presented tonight. But definitely want to say thank you to everybody who came out to give comment. Mr. City Manager.
Just a couple things. Success is often rooted in the truth we tell ourselves. And I think that Tracy Joe should be commended for having a hard look at where she is and where her organization was and saying, like, you know what, this is a bit too much for us right now. And then committing up here to work with whoever to keep focusing on the problem. And I think as long as we keep focusing on the problem and not the people, all the good-intentioned, well-intentioned people who are working hard on this homelessness and everything else that we're dealing with as a city, if we focus on those problems and less on the people who are doing it and look for ways to support each other, we'll all be better for it. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Looking for a motion of support to adjourn.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.